Yo. Good morning. Why is it always so loud when I hit the play button? Skyrim music and ambience night, 10 hours. This is all a man needs to program. Alright, let's get the chat popped out. I'm gonna throw this in Edge because we're having issues with Firefox. I don't know if it's specifically a Firefox issue, but who knows? Let's pop this out. One moment, boys. Why does this look so bad? God, I hate Edge. Damn. Greetings, chaotic gravitation. Latency is only 5 to 8 seconds compared to 40 on the main channel? Really? That is strange. I wouldn't think that to be the case. Yeah, I'm not even gonna fucking worry about Edge. It can stop. It can go away. Ah, much better. Perfection. Good morning, lads. How we doing? I'm just gonna sit here for a little bit, and then we're gonna kick off the day with a nice fat stream. Nice big fat stream. Today's gonna be an interesting day. Jin, good morning. It's 10 a.m. right now. A little bit late. A little bit later than usual. But I managed to get the 2 vids edited yesterday. It's looking pretty good. Got one up live. And then at the end of this one, there's a little unlisted one as well. For the next day, or for the yesterday stream. It's a nice highlight. It's not going to show because I have my blockers on, but should be good, dude. Look at that face. Look at that beautiful smile. All right. Rascal Randy. Yup, that's me. I'm a bit of a rascal, dude. Jake, what's going on? Marcos, what up? How goes it, boys? Through here is ready for a fat day. Or this was me when I was talking about the dungeon thing the other day. Delete that. I like that though. We strip away the doodles. One day. I wonder when I'm going to do this. I don't know. I want to harden up the game a bit more before I add the dungeons. Or do a prototype of the dungeons. Might be worth doing like a little objective listing on this side. I'm not sure. Well, anyway. Let's get stuck into it, dude. Let's go. Alright. Do I have everything ready to go? I think I do. All systems check. Let's run it. Some spikes in. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. All right, let's do it. Good morning. Welcome back to day 117 of development on Terrafactor. Man, to recap yesterday, basically added in these little spike things so you can wall off your base with traps and stop the locals from coming in and messing up your factory. Pretty cool. Today's gonna be a bit of a doozy. I feel it. Because the performance, especially in a late game factory like this, is starting to be pretty rough. So I think it might just be a day of profiling and optimizing and, you know, trying to figure out if there's a nice quick fix for this. So that's what I'm thinking. And then the rest, we'll just kind of take it piece by piece, but a bunch of quality of life stuff. And then eventually we'll ship the next version 0.19 and open up the floodgates to the next playtest. That's kind of the immediate goal. The immediate goal that I'm working towards right now. But oh man, is it satisfying just seeing these slimes impale themselves on spikes. Oh yeah. Yeah. Good morning. How we doing, boys? Got a fat coffee here. Cheers. Boink. First sip of the day. Oh, that's good. Actual coffee today instead of instant coffee. Thought I'd treat myself, you know. The price of coffee here in Thailand, 60 baht. Let's put this in real currency, not Aussie dollars. Less than $2. Pretty good. Still a little runway check. What do we got? We're sitting on 63 days right now. I didn't do... Let's update yesterday. Yes, the 6th. Let's grab the whole from yesterday. What do we got? 22 smackaroonies from Twitch. That is pretty goddamn good, dude. And then negative 30 for the day estimate of expenses. And we are sitting at negative 8. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Let's kick off the day. And get crack-a-lackin', dude. Kevin, how you doing, man? What's going on? I wonder if the poor performance is a factor of all the torches at the bottom of the map. Maybe. I don't imagine it to be. Although maybe. I don't know. We're gonna debug stuff today. We're gonna be like a doctor, bringing out all the tools to see if our patient is healthy. And we're gonna diagnose the problem of why the frames be bad. I forgot to save. Yeah. So off rip, we've got a couple things that I can use to debug this. Spall. Which is a really nice lightweight performance profiler. It's actually built into Core in Odin. Core Prof Spall. So I basically got that running on a bunch of different functions. That's why the startup time takes so long right now, just because we're in performance profiler mode. So we can run around, you know, exit out, and then hop on over to Spall Web. This guy here. And we'll just drag in that little profile that we just got. And we'll be able to see exactly what the frame time is and where the problemo is. Now, I had a little bit of a look into this, a little sneak peek yesterday. Actually, I wonder if I can, compact mode. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, I love Zen. This is the best browser I ever did. It's Firefox, so sometimes it's kind of ass, but man, it gets the job done. Yeah, so there's a couple problems. The main one being like, this is that, you know, it's so inconsistent. Like this one's taking 14 milliseconds on the frame, this one's taking 19, so like what's happening here, bro? So yeah, I mean, we're just gonna dumpster dive into it. actual entity render. Why is that taking so long? That's super weird. Man, I wish I could automatically see the functions. But I've got to like piece by piece step into it, and it kind of sucks a little bit. Oh. Does that get used anywhere? Not really. Oh man. Okay. I guess I'm gonna try not to get rat-holed by any one specific thing. We'll just look at the kind of big picture. So this is a little overwhelming. Like there's a lot of problems. There's like, I mean, just at a minimum 14 milliseconds, way too long, right? To get a kind of picture of this, if we do the target, which right now for me, I'm on a 180 hertz display. So 1/180, we need to hit around 5 milliseconds for this to hit the target. This is 14. So, kind of ours. The chunkiest thing I see here is probably this build entity cache. So I might try and see if I can completely remove this first. Because basically what it's doing is it's just looping through all the entities in the game, and there can be a lot of entities. The max right now is 500,000. And it's just reconstructing kind of like a nice easy array that I can use to loop through later on for all the stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna see if I can optimize this real quick. We'll see. Also gotta make sure that the profile is just getting reconstructed every frame. Otherwise it might be a bit misleading. Should be fine. Yeah, why is it sometimes taking like 7 milliseconds? It's a bit wild. Append. Yeah, it's just a lot of data. Wait a minute. I mean, that can't be it. Just me, or did that kind of stabilize it? No. All right. So I wonder if we could make this better somehow. Hash perf, spatial partition these nuts. Alright. Alright, bro. wonder if I could just iterate directly over the entities. That's probably what I want to do. Maintain the list of used entities. Yeah, I mean, I'm reconstructing it every frame. I could just not reconstruct it every frame, but then it's kind of maybe a little bit of a pain in the ass. I'm not sure. I could just not use it at all and instead directly loop over all the entities. That is probably a better idea. So I might do that. You measuring a debug build? Yes, I am. My rationale is that I work in debug and I want it to be fast, therefore I profiled the debug build. But maybe I am wrong in this regard. Maybe I need to add a little bit of optimizations on. I don't know. I'm not sure. Not sure, dude. Because, like, people always say, yo, don't profile and debug. But, like, why is that the case? Can anyone enlighten me, please? Oh man, that's some good coffee, dude. Yeehaw! I guess I could try with a little bit of optimizations as well, just to kind of get a feel for it myself. That's probably an even better idea. Let's see, build, debug. Let's look at the Odin command line stuff. Odin compiler args. I remember there being, here we go. Nope. There was like a, command line args. Dude, why can't I type today? This, no, I just clicked on the exact same thing. There's a GitHub page and it showed all the args. I had it, but now I lost it. And I'm sad. I'm very sad. Wiki? Nope. I don't know. Compiler flags. That's what I was after. There we go. God. That is so hard to search for. I don't know why. I can never find it. I'm gonna bookmark this, so I don't find it ever again. Alright. So I'm looking for the -O. Speed, minimal, Default is dash O minimal. Interesting. So yeah, I mean, I could do a dash O speed, but like, I don't know. I don't know, dude. Not sure. Odin run help? Yeah, but then it's hard to search. Me want web page. Me small brain. Profile and birth modes are completely separate. True. I'm reserving the memory, Dandy. Which makes me wonder a bit. Where is it? I can see that getting reserved here. It's doing a make of this with the capacity, so in theory it should be reserving. Maybe in practice it is not, but this is also an insane number. So I don't know. This is in Scratch, so this just gets zeroed every frame. Hold on, man. Is it just because it's too big, it's not like reserving a capacity or something? What? Oh no, there we go. And that gets in there. You know, it's working. Yeah, I mean, this is just also doing an insane amount of entities. This is gonna be kind of fun. I'm like, I'm in an optimization mood today, you know? Maybe it's just the coffee kicking in though. Just get an idea for the numbers. I really do be printing. All the handles. That's I guess I kind of ran into that. Guess I kind of ran headfirst into that. It's only 580. That's not bad at all. That's totally fine. I guess I'm just not sure why there's a lag spike at some point. But I could totally do a top entity count times 2. Oh, it's a bit less of an insane number. And we could see what happens there. I need to be a bit smarter about how I'm actually measuring this, I wonder. Because, like, this isn't a very scientific thing. I'm just going in and checking what the time is. But, I mean, I guess it's good enough. I don't know. I don't know, dude. IDK. Yeah, look, why is this 8 milliseconds all of a sudden? Like, what is causing this? I wonder. How would I debug that? I'm like really rat holed on this right now, but it's annoying me. Just because I'm not sure how to debug it. I guess I could just look at this. I really wish there was like a easier way of doing this. I wonder if you can order instrument somehow. Not sure. IDK, bro. Why is there empty spaces? Huh? Wait. Something funky is happening. So that makes me think that I don't know what it makes me think. In a loop. Makes me think that it's like a, just because these are so fat, it's got something to do with like the cache, like the CPU cache maybe? I don't know. I'm kind of very inexperienced when it comes to this, so if anybody has got ideas, I am all ears. I want to learn more about this. Holy shit. 1.6 gigabytes. How do I like profile this without it sucking? I wonder. But yeah, I mean we can kind of see that happening. It's doing a bunch of flushes though. So yeah. What's like the gap? Like what's the blankness? I wonder. Just the CPU cache getting fucked. And like, how would I go about profiling that? Not sure, dude. Not sure. Side temp allocator. If you see temp allocator default size, it allocates from the heap instead. Keep a scratch around between frames and not call make every time probably. Yeah, that could be something to try first. That would be wise. Try looping without any cache is an easy first step. Yes. Just removing it entirely. That's also what I was thinking, and I think I'm probably going to do that. I don't know why I put it in here. I put it in here to like try and make usage easier, but we can optimize this by just deleting the entire thing. Maybe. Maybe. My favorite way to optimize. Dude, we're gonna optimize this game so hard that I'm gonna delete the project and start again. I'm gonna optimize this game so hard that I'm gonna delete the entire thing and go live as a monk in the mountains. I think that's like ultimately the strat here, you know? Is it still running a disk? I've implemented stuff poorly where my profile would affect sometimes. Gaps when a scope ends, the profile must prepare data open. Yeah, right. Interesting. It's now an optimization. Trust me, bro. I've tried. I want game 96. Yeah. House Jack, what up, man? Hope the stream was good. Alright, so yeah, a couple things. Okay, for science, I want to just move this out into here. For science. All ent cache. We'll go like this. Make on the default allocator max entities. Okay. And then this turns into a simple kind of get all ends. Just a reset here. Because the reset, I mean, it should just be, we can do like a reset keeping the memory, right? I need to do a reset. We could effectively just set the length to 0. What is the Odin way of doing this? Where would this be? We'll have to be able to like go to def on this. Where does this actually live? I am curious. Can maybe do a bit of cursor searching. But if I had to guess, I can't remember. Clear, maybe. Clear sets the length to 0. Okay, cool. Clear. Yeah, there it is. There's clear dynamic array as well. That's sweet. So yeah, clear. I don't know why the go-to def isn't finding it. But let's piece that guy in. So if we clear this, then in theory, that should do the trick. And we'll see how that looks. For science. And furthering my understanding. Oh no. It's Jova, dude. It's Jova. Let me move this out. Oh. My bad. My bad, bro. Moment of truth. Let's do it, dude. Come on. What you got for me? What you got? Oh shit. 1.8 gig. Why? Alright, we still got this in. Not bad. My bad, bro. Not bad. Alright. How are we now? Bro, this startup time is killing me. Or it kind of feels a bit faster. Kind of feels a bit faster though. Oop. We're dead. Oh, fuck. Still like 5 milliseconds. Okay, the science didn't work, guys. Yeah, we're gonna optimize this by deleting it. It's Jova, dude. Oh man, I'm just so curious what's happening here. What if I run this with speed? Pure speed. The fuck? Chill. Speed! Speed! Oh shit. I wasn't prepared for how long that compile is taking. Alright, this is why we don't run with speed, guys. It's a dangerous game. 17 seconds. It is feeling pretty speedy. NGL. Holy shit. Slimmed right down, bro. But, build entity cache 2.4, 1.8, 2.1, 2. Yeah, so I'm like just trying to figure out what the inconsistency is here. It feels a bit weird to me. So it's like equally as kind of bad, but this gap here is insane. That's probably the rendering being shit, right? If I had to guess, but yeah, takeaway from this experiment is that I think we can just get away with profiling normally, because by default Odin does like a tiny bit of optimizations, and it also shouldn't really matter. But yeah, I think the solution to this is probably just kill the entire thing. So we're gonna wave goodbye to this. I would like to ask Cursor what the homie thinks. Where are we? Reset and cache. Okay. I'm trying to understand why this is slow. I'm profiling it, and it seems to be inconsistent. But the profile itself doesn't show what is taking long. Something behind the scenes with CPU caching or something. IDK, bro. Me stupid. This is one of those things where I'm just like, I want to understand. I'm thirsty, bro. Thirsty for the knowledge. Travis, how you doing, bro? Peace out, man. I was actually looking at your stream earlier today before I went live. It came up in the recommended. Looks cool, man. Time to exit the cache. Yeah, we're gonna exit, bro. We're gonna exit. When avoid max entities, you should keep the NA array tightly packed. Removing the hole when removing an entity and updating the handle. Yeah, could. I don't think it would really matter. But yeah, just iterating over the entire thing up to the max count is probably the play, and it'll be fine. Jake says, my guess is that it will be 100x slow without cache entities. I don't know, dude. I actually think it's going to be faster. I think it's going to be faster. Right now, I'm just in a state where I'm trying to figure out what's happening here for my understanding. Because I don't know, dude. I don't know why sometimes it's 1.8 and other times it's like really fat, like 2.5. Like, I'm trying to understand what is happening here and how to go about like seeing it. Your entity is huge. Alright, man. Poor memory access pattern. This is a classic cache unfriendly pattern. There it is. That's the money shot, dude. So because entity fat, CPU cache message, when the entity array gets evicted from the L3 cache, performance tanks. So that may be likely what is happening here. That might be why sometimes slow, sometimes not slow. Because it be fat. You made a cache which killed the cache. Irony. Yeah, this is why you don't do premature optimizations, man. I was just guessing. I'm like, yeah, let me do this. It'll probably be a good idea. Fucking dumb. Stupid, bro. Stupid. Yeah. Well, science experiment over. I feel like I've gained a bit of understanding as to why this is slow now. Thanks to Cursor, the homie. Or specifically, the top G Clyde 4 Sonnet. My main man. But yeah, that's excellent. If I really wanted to fix this, this seems like a good idea. Like just splitting it out a little bit into cold and hot. I mean, we start running into like the whole ECS thing over here, right? But this would probably be... This would probably get you like 80% of the way to the performance of that. It's just like, you know, Katy Perry kind of vibe, hot and cold, you know. Should be good, dude. But again, I was just doing that for science. I'm gonna optimize this by deleting the fuck out of it. And that feels good. Cause you're hot and you're cold, you're yes and you're no. So, instead, I kind of want to have like an iterator, because the problem I was running into here, the whole reason I wanted to do this is so that I could optimize it later and fix it properly without breaking the usage. But in retrospect, I not only failed to optimize it, I'm also having to go through and update all the usage. So I think maybe the pattern here should be putting this into an iterator and creating an iterator for it. Now I saw this in the Odin Holy Bible by Carl. 10 out of 10, would recommend the book, by the way, if you're getting into Odin. Excellent buy. And there should be a iterator, custom iterators section. Here we go, look at this. So yeah, I think I might try this, because then the usage code looks like this, and that looks all right. I don't hate it. Could also just not be lazy. That's probably an even better fix. Like, you can do really nice custom iterators in Jai. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure what's happening here. Struct called slot, which has a use field of type bool. Slice of slots. Slots iterator, data, mix slots iterator. This just seems confusing, so I'm just not gonna use it. You would slice up the entity array, I guess, and then store that. Slots iterator with that gives you an index and something to iterate over. Yeah, I don't know. I think I might just rip it, dude. Might be one of those days. Where we just pull a actually don't know. What would this actually look like? Let's see. E in entities. Could we slice this with the top count? Take one. Would that be legit? Would that do the thing? I don't know if I could do that. Because that would just create a slice of that, and that would suck. Like it would be a slice of entities, so just copy a bunch in. So it almost needs to instead be a classic the El Classique. Right? Makes me a bit sad. But it is what it is, man. Tried and true. Slice a copy of the data? I don't know. That I am confused about. I would have to look into it. But it wasn't letting me take a pointer, so. So I think I might go update the entire thing. I'm also probably just misunderstanding what that slice was doing. Because now this is breaking because it's not a pointer. So I'm a bit confused. But, I mean, in theory, that should be fine. Oh! Right, to make this a pointer, it's just like that. Hold up. And I can't take the address because it needs to be marked like so, right? Okay, yeah, there we go. I'm just dumb. I'm just dumb, dude. So yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the easiest way to do it. If I had to guess. So I don't know if it's top count take one or not, but can I easily rename that later. So let's just go around and fix that, man. Excusez-moi. Whoops. Fuck that up. Why did that fuck up so bad? Okay, that was weird. It weirded. Just keep fixing, just keep fixing. Hate how I have subtly different naming for everything. One more. Alright, let's go. Let's see it. Let's see the hole. What do we got? Well, guess I'll go fuck myself. This needs an is valid check on everything now. Otherwise we're fucked, dude. Dude, why is it so high up? Uh-oh. Yeah, look at all this empty memory at the start. It just goes farther and farther away. Yeah, I'm gonna need to do a something. Or actually, I think it's because we're at the edge of the world. Naturally, there would be later entities over here, so... yeah. That might also be a bug in my free list. That's also a very real possibility. It's kind of weird to me that that's crashing. Like, what's up with that? What's up with that, bro? This is getting... wait. Pete, what's up? Something weird is happening. I'm probably just misunderstanding things. Look at all the data. I wonder what's happening here. Is it because of that? What actually is this? Yes, it's a slice of entities. But why do I feel like it's making a copy? Or this is one. Yeah, same address. Let's get a null pointer. I'm confused. I should probably turn off profiling for now, so we can have faster startups. Isn't that one of those things where I'm just trying to understand what the fuck is happening? Why is that hidden access violation? A little bit confused. Why? Why? I think I will cold defeat on that one. Where am I? Well, I wish I committed my stuff. Can I just undo? Probably. Right. Yeah. Anyway, I was gonna need to do a valid check, and this is implicitly doing a valid check because it's only having handles. So I might need to think of a different way of optimizing this. Perhaps. I might need to bring this guy back. As unfortunate as that is. So yeah, this didn't do anything, so it just means that the cache was the problem, right? So if I kind of back this up like Cardi B real quick. And then we'll go to the entity, undo this. We should be back in half decent state. Okay, we gotta do the chunk. That's fine. What do we got here? This was just a cleanup thing. Yeah. All right. Well, that didn't work. So we're back to square one. It would work, but it also wouldn't. It would take too long to update the code. So I have to think of something else. I mean, I could go through and update all the code, but then I'm scared it'll just break again at some point in the future. And I like the way that things are right now. Because I'm essentially forcing the loop to happen here, so I have to optimize this and this only. So if I can just get this optimized properly, then we should be good. One solution is just caching it across frames and not like just destroying it every time. I called this a cache, but in reality, I don't really know what it is. It's just like a construct thing that I made for the frame. So I could make it like a proper, like just persist across the frames, and we just got to make sure that we can remove from this and add to it on delete, which should be all right. I think. We do risk it getting desync, but it's probably going to be fine. And then that would just solve the problem completely, because it would just get constructed once. The other thing is like, yeah, do the thing where you just split it out into hot and cold, but that would kind of suck. That would kind of suck balls a little bit, dude, I think. So yeah, we'll see what happens. You sure Ben's a big good man? That's good. Good to hear, dude. See, it's like funny because like everyone's passing this problem differently in their heads. It's interesting to see. And then like giving suggestions on what to do next based on what they currently think is like the problem or the solution. It's a game of context, right? Like obviously since I'm the one programming all this, I've got all the context. But then like some people have a bit more context than other people. Some people like coming in on stream and like seeing it and be like, oh yeah, you should do this. But like just completely just not having the enough context, right? But yeah. That's kind of the problem with streaming and like taking suggestions in general is you gotta like be like, yo, what do you know, dude? What do you... Mr. Streamer, I've been here for 5 minutes and here's what you need to do. Yes. Which is fine. I mean, like, it's, sometimes things hit. But that's also one of the challenges of streaming, or just creating stuff on the internet in general, I guess. Is like, taking everything with a very fat grain of salt. It's a big old spoon of it. Problem is clearly Odin. You need to rewrite in TypeScript. Yeah. I think that's probably a wise decision. I believe everything I read on the internet. That is also wise. Alright, so if we can't destroy the entity cache, we gotta optimize. And I think I'm gonna optimize by making it good instead of making it every frame. I think that's kind of what I'm gonna do. So let's go. Let's go, dude. And window. The quote-unquote good solution is probably just getting rid of this entirely and just making sure that the array is pretty packed at all times. But, here's a big but, the current chunk system that I've got assumes stable indices across everything. So when you keep going out further and further in the world, your entities are going to be more and more sparse. And especially if like chunks get unloaded, then like shit's fucked. So that's kind of like a fundamental problem as well. So ideally just solve that, but it would take too much reworking, and I'm trying to figure out how I optimize in the least amount of steps right now and move on with my life instead of like trying to get it perfect and spending the next day just trying to solve this one thing. So yeah, I'm gonna try this next one and we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. So this fundamentally, these are all the spots in the code base that I need to go patch up. Yeah, so I think really just moving this out of the scratch and into here. Probably might be fine. We'll see. So in the get all ents, yeah. What I'm going to do is we'll just say fast time setup. Build entity cache. It should really be as simple as just throwing this in. Like so. But yeah, build entity cache. Loop through all of these guys. Probably just do a something like that. And then I just have to remember to remove it. Which I mean, this could maybe be a map. I'm not sure. Could probably be a map. I'm kind of scarred from maps. That bug the other day in the UI system. But it could probably be a map. I don't know. It would make the iterating hard. So maybe not. Not sure. I could add a map later to optimize it if I wanted. But I think the brain dead thing might be just loop through the entire thing and remove it. If I had to guess. So we'll just go for get all ants. To do, could do a debug duplicate checker in here to catch bugs. So we'll just say if h is equal to handle to remove. Could do an. This might be tricky. If we're in the middle of looping through all entities and we remove this, that will suck. That's a bug waiting to happen. I could just zero it and then do a free list thing. I could also just wait to the end of the frame to like repack it. this is a interesting. There we go. So we remove the handle. And then we have a free list. I don't know. I don't know if that's legit, but in my head that makes sense. Am I missing something? Oh, I'm missing a break here. Return. Check entity cache is built. Okay, handle to remove. So now we loop through trying to find the handle. If really log error. Handle not found. Bug has happened. Really, you want to crash on this because that's fucked. I think that's it. So in theory, we just go through on create. We insert entity into cache. And then on destroy, we remove from cache. Wait. Yeah. Process. So this is loading a chunk in. Yes. Build entity cache. Go. This guy gets deleted now. All right. In theory, I don't even need that. All right. Moment of truth. Did it optimize? Or did I just break the shit out of everything? Something definitely feels strange. Why am I moving so quick? What has happened? Alright, profiling's on. What has just happened? I wonder. Well, it's looking like I just completely deleted the thing, I think. There's nothing here, but I think we might have just done our first successful optimization for the day. Who knows? So it's now running at 10 on average, which is pretty good. But why am I running so fast around the place? Why am I so zippy, bro? Something weird's happened. Something very weird has happened. do a duplicate check in here, I think. Alright, let's do a duplicate checker. God, how am I gonna do this? Shouldn't be too hard. It's just like a loop within a loop, right? Might kind of suck out performance, but it should be fine. We'll be fine now. Okay. Because it's making me think that it's updating the entity twice, which could only mean that, you know, this is getting as a double. There's a double whammy in here, bro. Something's fucked up. Alright, so we're looping through all these guys. Okay. So, yeah, I guess we'll give that a shot. It's definitely the problemo. And so entity into cache. Process load chunk. Interesting. Dude, why is RAD being so slow? What's happening? OBS is taking up 30% of my CPU right now, dude. What? I also just gotta restart this. I mean, it makes sense because I'm streaming, but Harvey's going to town, bro. Zen is also fucked. Wild. Anyway. CPU is not having a good time, bro. You got a thread ripper. Alright. What was I doing? I guess I was checking. Yeah, so it's in the load chunk, and then the entity that we're loading, glue root generator. For some reason it's already in there, which is a bit wild to me. Load or create world. Why is that not found? Or, because it's in the, it's in here. Okay, so there's two of these guys, and I'm assuming that they are both the same. I don't know. Hold up. Or it's finding the... Wait. Might have just written this wrong? I don't know. Let me check. Man, it'd be great if I could get a raise like this by default. But why is it 1-1? Well, that would be the player. Let's see. I kind of need to do it at the coal side, actually. For let's see. Now we're talking. All right, so the player is already in the cache. which is weird. Let's see. Insert entity into cache, and then, oh, I know. It's checking if the cache is built. If not, it's building the cache, and then it's trying to insert it right after. That's fucking dumb. I'm a little bit stupid, dude. I am a little bit fucking dumb. I don't know why I did this pattern. This is wild. I don't know. If cache is built, cache isn't built. I hate this. What have I done? What have I done, dude? Oh no. Fuck. It's like, in theory, this doesn't even need to get called, because everything gets loaded up from the chunk, so it'll get inserted no matter what. So, this just needs to exist, really. So check cache is built, happens for all of these guys. Yeah. Okay, beautiful. That's fucked. God, I hate this. I hate this already. Right, if we're looping over something and then we add something, then that also fucks things up. Ugh. Oh my god. I fucking hate this so much, dude. This is a bad idea. Oh, fuck. All right. Let's reset. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. I don't know what to do. this is fundamentally flawed. And to make it not flawed, I would have to add an extra step of complexity, which would make it even more bug prone and more fucked. But the issue is we're inserting something into the cache, but we're also looping over it. And while we're looping over it, we might be like, yo, let's create a new entity, please. And that gets inserted in and then breaks the entire fucking thing. Because like the array could get resized, it could just get inserted, and now yeah, really just the array could get resized. So we're in the middle looping through it, and it's just all kinds of fucked up, man. This would maybe not happen with a map. I'm not sure. The map might handle it a little bit more robustly. Not entirely sure though. Like if we're looping through something and then we insert something into a map. If we're looping through the map, then we insert something into the map whilst looping through it. It should be fine. I don't know. Yeah, this shit's just getting too complicated to hold in my head, and that's how I know it's probably not a good solution. So is there anything simple I can go after? I could try and do the hot and cold split just to improve the cache. I wonder how hard that would be. It would be a pretty big refactor. But I would just need to do it for the handle. And it would complicate things quite a bit. What else? Well, wasn't I already doing this? Like looping through the array and then adding something into it. I feel like I was already doing this. Was I not? I think I was. And it was stable. It should be fine. Yeah, so I probably just have a bug in here somewhere. Maybe. Don't know. Don't know. Not sure. This is the death of me. I fucking hate the using here. I would love for the debugger to pick up on the usings, but that's alright. Can't have everything. Crash. Thank you. Oh. I'm fucking dumb. Of course. Okay, we might be stable now. Ignore the horrible performance. It's just like that because I have an insane debug checker running that scans for bugs. Dirty little fucking bugs. This is my bug swatter, bro. Alright. Now, if we disable the bug swatter, are we going to have good performance? I think we're good. I think we're good, dude. Oh my god. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's magnificent. Dude, I was so close to throwing in the towel there. Holy shit. It was like that meme of a guy digging through a tunnel and like finding the gold. This was almost me. All right. Now, let's peep our spoils. Let's get that profile in there. We're now down to an average of around 9. This is huge. This is tremendous. That big fat dude has been chunked off stably, I think. And it might be onto the next bottleneck. Maybe. Maybe, man, maybe. All right, we've got another cache that isn't a cache sitting in here. It's around like a 1 millisecond. So we might be able to yoink this as well. This is for the tiles. We'll see. Can probably optimize this. Pretty fat. All right, that's going to be the next play. Build on-screen tiles and draw ground tiles. Let's get it. This guy. Made entity cache actually a cache. Oh, that feels good. First win of the day, dude. First win of the day. Profiling while streaming is never the best idea path-wise. What do you mean, Dandy? That's the best idea ever. Because now I'm simulating a dog shit computer. Easy. I mean, yeah, it's not really a common thing for someone to stream and play game. I mean, it kind of is for streamers, right? That was good, though. I hope Ryan ports the rad debugger to Mac OS soon, dude. When I'm traveling, I have to go back to GDB and it sucks, bro. F's in chat, dude. That's rough. I'm very excited for the Linux port. Man, that's gonna get me bricked up. Finally gonna be able to switch to Linux and hate my life for maybe like 3 weeks. L3 is usually around 30 to 125. Yeah, sure. Sounds cool. No, the issue wasn't the handles blowing up the cache. The issue was we were looping through all the entities to construct the cache to begin with. And looping through all the entities, you've got to pull in every single entity into memory. And so that was busting the cache. Although I might be misunderstanding the conversation because I didn't read the whole thing and I lacked the context. Three months, maybe 3 years, TBH. Where are you getting the 3 months number? Has Ryan said something? Or 3 months is in hating my life for 3 months instead of 3 weeks. Is that what you're referring to? Maybe. All right. Well, it might be on to the next bug, or the next bottleneck. Dude, we're de-bottlenecking the shit out of this game right now, bro. It's gonna be good. I like Linux a lot, but honestly don't think it's a good dev experience for games. Yeah. But I hate Windows more and more by the day. At least I will have control over me being bad at Windows and stuff and like desktop management. But the way I see it, the only thing stopping me from moving to Linux is just the RAD debugger. Like, that's kind of it. I don't really think there's anything else beyond that I use regularly to make game. So I would be able to eventually get a pretty good setup. But yeah, I would 100% still dual boot because I would need to actually boot up Windows in order to ship. But yeah. I've been having a difficult time doing pure game design. I've been a coder for so long and I've never exercised these muscles. Yeah, it's a weird set of muscles to exercise. I only started exercising them maybe like 2 or 3 years ago. Properly. But I will say there are some pretty good workouts you can do. Couple off the top of my head. I mean, game jams are great. But the thing I like to do is say, okay, how can I make a prototype of this game that I want to do within 2 weeks? And if it's greater than like if it takes longer than 2 weeks, then it means that I fucked up and I need to go back to the drawing board. I've either fucked up by picking a design that's just like way too big, or I'm just not clear what the design is, therefore I need to go back to the drawing board and like get more concrete with it. Or like any other number of things, I don't know. Maybe I just rat hole on tech for 2 weeks. And I'm like, well, fuck. Like there's so many ways you can not do the game design thing, and yeah, so that's why it's hard. It's such a foreign thing to do. Did a survivor's clone in 2 weeks and realize it was just bad? It happens. Yeah. Yeah. I stand atop a graveyard of dog shit projects. It's the prerequisite to making anything good. Alright. Well, that's feeling a whole lot better, which is excellent. Pretty good. Yeah, it's just time to go tackle the rest of this shit, honestly. So, the goal is to get this 10 milliseconds down to 5, bro. Actually, I would be happy with it maybe being around, I don't know. If I can get it down to 5 on debug, it means it's guaranteed to be good on release. I don't know. There's also a big gap here. I wonder what that is. App frame and then reset frame. That's actually just a procedure. And then reset frame. Okay, so it's probably the rendering, right? Let's see. And UI. I'm just gonna chuck this in here real quick. It feels kind of good going around cleaning this up because it's been bugging me for a long time that the performance has been shit. And I've just been gridding my way through it. So this could definitely be one. Merge layers. It's doing fat copies. And then this is render pipeline. Might need to get a bit more specific than that. But let's see. Bonk. What do we got? Render frame end. Yeah, that's possible. That's not really that bad. There are bigger fish to fry. Let me check the game update as well. Like, what's this gap here? Let me get rid of these guys as well. Little blemishes. Debug swatter. I wonder if I could be okay with this. I think I might be able to get away with this, because this would catch it at the coal site and it would be fine. Oh, I'm gonna have to be right back, boys. Yeah, this draw ground tiles, juicy. That is ripe for the taking, bro. 1.7 milliseconds. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna get in on some of that action. All right, I'll be back in a GF. Alright, dude. Come at me, slimes. Art. All right. One sec. $504 gateway timeout, eh? Gangsta. Alright, we're back. We are back. Well. Do design docs help? Never actually wrote one before. I do like a simplified version where I just bullet point list out what are all the features I need to implement. That's kind of it. Process of writing one is more helpful than the doc itself. Yes, 100%. 100%. Okay, so do we crack on? Let me fill the hole in this game update. I want to see what that is. Shouldn't be too big. Dude, why is the physics update gone so small now? It's insane. I think I might have accidentally optimized the physics update the other night. What's this? Ooh, power system. All the chunks on the 2. Chunk region. Probably the power system though. guess. Or it could actually be the entity update. That would be something as well. I don't know why this isn't being timed. I might have just accidentally fucked something up. Entity generic system update. Just want to see where that's going. Chunk regen, interesting. That's old chunk regen. It's a bit of the PAL system, but that makes sense. Just doing some stuff. Yeah, let's see. This is wild. Pathfind to position. Oh man, I gotta fix that. At some point. What if there's like an easy optimization? So it's all in the create path graph. I had to guess. Bunch of resizing happening. Although I can't imagine that being very fat. Okay, what do we got? No, it's kind of fine actually. It's really just death by 1,000 cuts with that one, which makes sense. Death by 1,000 cuts. So I could probably make it high res. That would help a bit. Probably help quite a bit, actually. Yeah, look at that. Alright, well that's kind of good enough for now then. Fucking GG, well played. Alright, that was easy. I mean, it's still pretty fat, but like... it's possible again, I guess. I guess the question is, does that ruin the pathfinding for the Hermes Stumpy? Let's see. Stumpy. It's just wandering over the fucking... Still feels kind of believable. Still feels pretty smooth. It's definitely like a fat spike at the moment. Wow. Yeah, this is fat. Ay, ay, ay. I'm gonna need to do something about this, eh? Homie is chunked up to the bone, dude. Insane. Yeah, it's even getting doubled up at points. I'll have to think about that. Put that one on pause. You never really run into a situation where you got like a million of these guys running around there, so maybe later. We'll see. See what happens at scale, I think. Yeah. Sometimes the physics update is getting pretty fat. Wonder why. Or might be just because we're like increasing entity count a lot. I need like a debug thing. Okay. I should have done this way sooner, but I definitely need a FPS counter with an entity count. So I can see big picture what's happening. Kind of lost with what to do at this point. Because it's kind of death by 1,000 cuts. So I don't know. Not really sure. I mean, it's fine on release. Yeah, it's insanely tight on release. Like, we're kind of going good now. Like 3.3 milliseconds for the whole thing. It's pretty good. The entire issue is happening between frames, which makes me think that it's the rendering. Makes me think that it's a rendering skill issue. I don't know. Like, we're hitting the frame budget on release now, so I'm kind of happy with that. But this gap is fucked. So let me kind of just disable the shader, more or less, and see what happens. Because I got a feeling it's the lighting. Got a feeling it's the lighting. even if I kind of just turn off the lighting. Let's see what happens. Let's see. Moment of truth. Yup. That was a pretty big one. Now the only reason there's a gap here is because there's 2 milliseconds left over and it's locked to my monitor refresh. But in theory, if I turn off VSync, this should be insane now. Let's see. How do I turn off VSync? I don't think I even have a setting for it. It'd be in a render, right? Might be in the main I'm GUI settings as well. I wish I had, don't know why that's not getting picked up. That's kind of weird. Swap interval? I would imagine. Am I chasing my own tail here? Would it be swap interval? I guess I could like see. Interesting. Let's see. Yeah, kind of optimize build to check. Just a bit annoying. Yeah, I'm hitting the refresh right now. Just hitting the refresh rate. What if that's 0? Current setup for game UI is Ryan Fleury's UI system. If you actually look in the RAD debugger, you'll be able to find it. But yeah, basically yoinked what he does. Because I used it back in the day when I was working in Telescope, his old engine, and it was really good. So I yoinked. I yoinked. Yeah, I don't know what swap interval does. Let us see. Easiest way to do this will be Kosher time. Circle app.h. What does swap interval do? And how would I disable VSync? Pretty sure the .h has the entire implementation, right? Yeah. Cool. Man, this is my favorite way to use cursor. Just to like understand a code base without having to actually go through and read it. This gives a nice overview. Okay. 1 enables VSync, framework synchronized monitor. 0 disables VSync. Really? Really though. It might also just be the pure coincidence, because my main thing is kind of running at 5. Or 3 actually. I mean, it shouldn't be a coincidence then. Guess we'll see though. But man, this is feeling snappy. I'm not sure what this is. Like I would need to actually go in and profile back out a level in the circle, and it would suck balls, dude. Yeah, this is kind of the bad thing about using Odin. Like I have no idea how to profile circle, because like we're being completely ran through by this dude right now. I'm just trying to figure out how I can debug the gap here. Because it actually almost feels like it's not VSync that's the problem. I should actually do a fresh build maybe. I might try it for just the blueprint, actually, but we'll see.
I like money.
Good luck, thanks for the funny videos.
Thank you. Thank you, someone. $20. Big fat 20, dude. That's like almost an entire day of runway. Appreciate it. Knocked it up to 64. Huge. $30 per day, kind of small. It's the benefits of living in Thailand, this beautiful country. Rent-a-doc? Yeah. How would I, I've never done profiling in Rent-a-doc. I'll have to look into that. But to whoever sent that 20, appreciate it, brother. Sorry, I was just spaced out, staring into the void. The void of trying to figure out how to fucking profile this shit. Oh man, yeah. I'd probably have to look into how to profile a render doc, but. Present, swap chain, swap interval, 0 means no, VSync, yes. Because we're on DirectX, this should be fine. This should be going down to 0, right? So it's got to be the rendering still. That's just fucking things up. Hold up. Let's see. Tower Strike, you don't gotta send me any money, bro. It's all good, man. Take care of yourself, brother. Let's see. Let's see what cursors just say about this fat gap. I have a big fat gap between frames at times. I'm running on swap interval 0, so I'm assuming that VSync is off now. How do I go about debugging this? Considering it seems like that frame is the top most user level thing I can debug, since circle is calling it. Not sure how to profile the rest. I'm thinking maybe it's rendering, but unsure how to profile that. Render doc, question mark, question mark. IDK, bro. Gotta hit him with the IDK, bro, you know. Did it turn off Claude 4 Sonnet Thinking? Bro, there's a 4.1. There's a 4.1 Opus, bro. God damn. That's nutty. That's a little bit silly. Claude 4 Sonnet. Yeah, the thinking was turned off. I wonder why. Is it because it's too expensive on their end by default? Or is it worse? I'm not really sure. Guess we'll see, man. We'll see. Tobias, I'm doing excellent on this fine day, brother. How you doing? Have you been to Indo? Yes, I have. I have lived in Bali, Canggu, for a few months. It's pretty great there. Excellent for surfing. I mean, I was a very beginner surfer, so it was excellent for me. But for the more advanced stuff, you know, you're heading out to what's it called? Can't remember where it was, but it's away from the hustle and bustle. Yeah, it's great. Oh, Wazoo? Yeah, that's the one. I mean, what's your min bench? I don't know what that means. What does min bench mean? Like, on a bad day, what do I bench? I haven't been in the gym in a long time, dude. Need to go back. Just come back from 1 month vacation. First Vanuatu, then Sydney. Went to Singapore and then Bali in Ubud. Nice, dude. I also lived in Ubud for like a month or so. It's pretty good there. It's really chill. I've also been to Vanuatu when I was a kid. I think I was like fucking like 10 or something, dude. It was insane. I thought you were talking about benchmark. Beautiful. But my min bench press is not, it's not fat. I would say, what is it? 10s on either side, so the bar's 20, right? So a big fat whopping 40 kilo. Internet's good, yeah. Internet is good. There are a lot of people in Ubud, really? I didn't really notice because I stayed inside most of the time. Alright. Dude, what are you doing, bro? Come on, man. One job. I think it's Jova. So I would imagine the GPU sync happens in the SG commit, right? Okay, so yeah, I think learning how to use a render doc is probably going to be the thing that lets me see what is in between the gaps here. Because I would imagine this is happening because of the GPU, but I'm not sure. I have no idea. It's just a blank void. I mean, it's got to be GPU related. But it might be Rent-A-Doc time. Windows specific frame loop. Bingo, there's your smoking gun. Very animated. I like it. Then it does the actual present / swap. Oh. Interesting. Alright. So it calls the swap after the fact. So, interesting. Okay, so the swap doesn't actually happen down in the commit. It happens after here when it does stuff. Okay. Because it's calling, you know, the D3D present. Classic. Top G. It can block even with swap interval 0 due to GPU command method full, waits for GPU to catch up, memory pressure, waiting for VRAM, or driver scheduling or whatever, right? So yeah, it's time to take a peepsy at Rent-A-Doc, I think. Let's see. Let's see. Update available. Hell yeah, dude. I love Rent-A-Doc. My main man. All right. Can you actually feel it in game? No, it's possible right now. Might be more rat holing than it's worth. I will decide whether the rat hole is worth or not. And I'm really doing this right now because I want to learn more about GPU profiling because I've never actually done it before. Like, today is optimization day, right? So, and I've always been curious why the gap though. You know? You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to figure out how we can profile the gap. Purely just because I am thirsty. I hunger for the knowledge. So yeah, I mean, I'm curious how to do it. Let me see if I can find like a bit of a guide. How to performance profile in Rent-A-Doc. Capture a frame as usual. Open the performance counter viewer. Interesting. Dissecting a frame with a render doc. Live stream.
I've added the ability to respawn, so now dogfights are a little more forgiving. Before, if you were destroyed...
Cool, bro. I like it. Alright, well, let's look at the docs. What do we got? Boopity scoopity. Scoopity. Boopity. Scoop. You got that captcha. No. Exit. Exit, please. Let's see. Where am I going now? I don't even know, dude. Capture frame, open the performance view counter. Performance counter viewer. Could not find Nsight Perf SDK library. It's Jova, dude. I have no idea how to debug this. Well. Library's license forbids redistribution to enable support. Place the blah 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 into the blah blah blah. Insight, maybe? But I would have to look into what my GPU actually is. And suss it out. But I guess like this would show you where the problem is. I don't know. Not sure. Yep, I think the rat hole might be over, man. Maybe you can double check if D3, D11 presents uses the 0 param for VSync. That would be cool as well. Spend the color pass to see draw calls. Yeah. Yeah. Draw calls do be somewhere. Sync interval 1. Well, that's not what I want. How'd that happen? How'd that get it there? Why are you V-syncing, bro? I actually think I was trying to debug this a while ago and then I gave up and ignored the problem. But let me look into this. Did I actually turn it on? I did. Swap interval 0. And then call app frame. Dot. How do I get the swap interval? Underscore SAP. Is that chilling anywhere? How would I get swap interval from Odin though? Also, it seems like in render doc, the swap interval is actually 1 for some reason. Do 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 do. Hey Nelson. Expand the color pass in event browser. Where do the color pass in the event browser be? Oh. Yeah, I mean, I already did that. Maybe. But does this mean VSync is on? I would imagine. Unless that's a fluke. Unless that's a fluke of sorts. Query desk. Bro, why aren't you being chill, dude? Maybe because it's in a thingy thing. He should be chill, but he ain't chill. It's kind of sad. Red Dog also gives time for each drawer in nanoseconds. That would be hype as shit, dude. Where? Where that though? It's like trying to pilot a spaceship. So yeah, so that's one, which is precisely what I don't want. So I wonder if this is a one of them NVIDIA things. Let me look into this. Oh man. Got a RTX 3060. But I wonder if it's overriding the VSync. Can't remember how to check for this or not. Global settings. Vertical sync. Use the 3D application setting. Well, I was actually in the middle of reading this, so let's see. Driver override. Can fork VSync regardless of application setting. The Windows compositor. Interesting. Interesting. I'd love to be able to edit Circle. That would be so cool. Media control panel, 3D settings, vertical sync, use the 3D application setting. Yep. So I just check that. Try forcing VSync off the drive well to see if that fixes Windows compositor. Toggle full screen. I'm already doing that. Exclusive full screen. So I'm going to see this to get true VSync. Different present mode. Yeah, I mean, this isn't a problem. It's just one of those things where I'm rat holing to try and understand things better. But what if I force this to be off and then apply? And then run the game. Yep, that is now going lightning fast. That's going shilly fast, bro. Let's see. It was VSync all along. Maybe. And the fact that this is going over the edge now is like, oh shit, baby. Oh shit, man. So I'd imagine this is the render still, but yeah, that's now running silly fast. Alright, well, the VSync setting ain't doing shit because there's something in Circle making it not do something, but I can't get into Circle because it is a compiled lib, and I would have to set up the compilation of doing it and make my own custom version of it to override it. And I gotta be fucked. So, I think we're gonna live with VSync being on and put a little note here. There's something in Circle that's forcing VSync on for some reason, despite this setting. Would need to dive into it and build from source properly to see. But I'm gonna call that a W for now because we're hitting the frame budget once again, kinda, most of the time. And I think I might call that the performance optimization segment done and dusted. That was a good 4 hours. That was an excellent 4 hours. I just want to verify this is actually off. Should be hitting a 0. Yeah. Wait, no, it's hitting a 1. Wait. Wait a minute. Hang on a minute. Oh, right, because I'm still forcing it. Right. But for some reason it's getting set to 1 internally. Probably because of whatever cursor was saying just now. With this branch thing. So yeah. I guess let me check in RenderDoc now that that's 0. Because if my understanding is correct, then it should be 0 in RenderDoc. Yeah, you can see we're hitting like 200 FPS or whatever sometimes. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool, dude. So let's peep that. Sync interval is 1. Well, I guess I'll go fuck myself. Or maybe the sync interval is 1 despite the override. I don't know, dude. Shit's hitting the fan, man. My whole life is a lie. I'm not cut out for this, bro. I mean, yeah, with this off, we're like not going anywhere near above the target. But this was going up to like 200 earlier. Dumbass. Dumbass looking ass. Yeah. I'll have to look into that properly later on for like shipping and hardening things, but for now, we can call the problem solved by ignoring it. Alright. Well, I've gathered some information, which is always good. Made progress. I'm gonna commit that up. Oh, yeah, so we were in the middle of, like, actually just disabling lighting. Because it was tanking performance. Right, and I also wanted to do some debug settings. For shits and gigs. So I'll probably do that real quick. And then find something else to do. Got around 2 hours left in the day. Just a bit rough. But hopefully I can get this in a good enough state where tomorrow I don't want to die because the performance is bad. That would be excellent. I would call that a win, if so. Already, you know, things are feeling great. They're not actually tanking the performance side of things, which is excellent. I just realized the diversion is behind the health bar. So I think I'll move that to the right and then I'll just put a bunch of settings over there. Yeah, you can see that now. Chilling. 1, 2, 4. So we should just be able to look at frame time. And that'll give us kind of like a instant FPS thing to peep. So Because, you know, you can kind of get... It's not actual FPS, it's like instantaneous FPS, right? If you go 0.005... 1 divided by... Yeah, and that'll give you the frames. Right. FPS. Where is this? That's an app state. Totally use a UI system for this, but I'm a little bit too lazy right now. So I need to stabilize that somehow. Sure. So I'll probably just go y take away equal some arbitrary number, and then we'll top left draw this. Also, I need to stop profiling. Sorry, X. Turn off the profile because we're kind of done. There we go. So let's drag this over by maybe 50 or so. See how that looks. Not too bad. It would be nicer on the left-hand side. Maybe I could just put it down here, actually. Yeah, fuck it. We ball, dude. Alright, what else do I want here? Kind of want like entity count. And some other stuff. Why does that look off? Should be the same X. But this is different. Like, why is that offset a bit? That's weird. Is there a space in this info? Oh yeah, that totally is. There's a separator here. Alright, it would be nice to throttle this a bit. You almost just want to sample across like if you just grab every like I don't know if you would just grab one FPS value every 100 milliseconds or if you would average it out. I'm not sure. It's like fundamentally you're trying to like stuff performance into a single number, which is a bit absurd. Yeah, I mean, I kind of just want to, like, do one of these. This is really max frame time. Right? So we'll say FPS total plus equal frame time, FPS count plus equal 1. Where if FPS count is greater than 20, I don't know. FPS is equal to the total divided by the count. So then that'll flush and kind of give the effect of not updating as much, so it's easy to read, I think. Let's take the actual FPS. Might be the other way around. What would this be? Whoops. Wait, no, this is frame time. My bad. Frame time. 1.0 divided by frame time. There we go. So that's a bit better. Could kind of ramp that up a little bit. There we go. That is now a nice feeling fake FPS thing. Sweet. Now got a nice FPS count. Which is good. So you can kind of see the impact of certain things. You move down the factory, dude. Down here. Goddamn. 45 FPS. Okay. Yeah, so the
I
other
like
thing I want to see
money.
should Jablito, thank you for the 10. Appreciate it. We chuck that in the sheet, dude. Put it in the sheet. Where am I? Man, I would love hotkeys for various applications. That would be amazing. I do too much hunting and finding. Thank you, man. That's made it break even for today. 30 smackaroonies in total. Appreciate it. That'd be MP in future. Maybe in the sequel. All right. Well. You know, we can improve performance by just turning off the lights. Problem solve. It's actually not doing that much, which is funny. It's weird that that didn't do much. Oh man. So let's do entity count, top count. And then entity count, which is get all ents length. We're at 167,000 on the top count.
I like money.
Another messageless donor, Scott. Thank you for the 5. Thank you, my brother. In the sheet. Boink. All right, let's think. I find it super weird that the top count is 167,000. I'm just running around the world though right now, just loading other entities in. And so, you know, if we more or less stand still, then that'll be fine. Dude, there's gotta be a leak. I actually haven't checked this in a long time. But that feels like he's leaking, bro. This is pretty wild. Go away. Yeah, it just keeps going up. That'll eventually crash. That would also explain why the performance is getting worse and worse. Because the higher this goes up, I mean, it shouldn't be an issue now because I just actually solved it, but yeah, that's a bit wild. Entity.odin. Let's see. Entity create. One 779. So we just pop that off the free list, and now the index is this guy, 15,000. Oh. It's totally a bug, bro. What the fuck? Why is this there? That's so fucking dumb. That is really fucking stupid. Oh wait, no, never mind. But yeah, no, this is totally getting incremented regardless. So this is just getting the top count. Okay, and then setting the index to it. Index plus 1. We gotta move this in there. That was a bug. No free thing found. Use the top. Try pop off free list. It wasn't even basically using the free list. I mean, it keeps popping this up and stretching the shit out, but yeah, that's definitely just gonna crash the game eventually. That's why the game was crashing with so little entities. I should have looked into this a long time ago. But that's cool, I guess, that we just found a bug. It's a win for humanity. Huh, that's a pretty fucking massive bug. And now the top count isn't moving up anymore because it's actually using the free list. Oh man. Well, that's interesting. That is certainly interesting. What if we do a fresh world? Are we hitting performance budget on a fresh world? We are. Bro, that's all a man needs. You know, we're hitting our target more or less. Just run around a bit, see what happens. I think we're pretty chill, dude. I mean, we're getting some pretty fast spikes at times. I also have to reduce the FPS kind of thing here. Hold up. Let's see. Oops. Change this to whatever. Can actually do next clear end time. That way it's not tied to the frame rate. This needs to be I don't like that. Do this instead. Game of posture, bro. Okay, let's see. Sweet. So I update every second now. It's a bit more robust. Cool. Well, that's a GG, dude. Yo. Good luck saying my name. I don't think I'm even gonna attempt it, bro. But thanks for the 10 euro, dude. Legend. I forgot YouTube donation things were a thing. It's pretty crazy, bro. I wonder how much of a cut YouTube takes with this. Average FPS you're getting is sort of wrong. Average FPS should be calculated by taking the inverse of average frame time, not averaging all the individual FPS values. I don't understand. I small brain. But how's there 168k entities? There isn't. There was a whole lot of blank entities that weren't actually getting used. But yeah, it's been non-stop incrementing. It's great. Average FPS should be calculated by taking the inverse of average frame time. Averaging on the individual FPS values. I mean, it shouldn't really matter. Because this FPS total is frame time. I'm just doing the inverse here. So this is like this is a misnomer of a variable name. Unless I am still doing it wrong. Like, unless that influences something, but I don't know. I don't know math per order of operations. See mismatch between the FPS calculated and the FPS, something like Random Duck shows you. Maybe. But I guess if I just get rid of that. And then do that. Is that what you're talking about? It feels like it should be the same. But I could be tripping, dude. Maybe I'm misunderstanding entirely. Either way. Shmeep shmoop. I was sitting at 156-ish over there. So I guess let's run the game through RenderDoc. A real FPS calculator. Die. 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 Now we're the same, bro. Oh. Lachlan, thank you for the 10 Aussie. Shit, man. Appreciate it. Is there a roadmap for what you plan to / need to add before releasing the game? No. Not really. Basically simplified the calculation, only divide by once, yeah. I mean, I think, True and a Fish might have been misunderstanding my code, and then I misunderstood him misunderstanding, and then it was a big misunderstanding. It was a big train wreck. In essence, Your Honor, don't read chat. Unless my understanding of bidmass is fundamentally flawed, which could very well be. My homie bidmass, or bomdas, or pemdas, it goes by many names. I fear them all. Well... Make that name more clear, so less misunderstandings occur. What am I doing now? I don't know. I feel rudderless. I'm still very sad that the FPS is dog shit. But lots of things are being drawn right now. Like a metric shitload. For one, dude, like this grass, every single one of these tiles is a draw. There's a lot of stuff happening here. But, I mean, all in all, it should be fine. I kind of just need to, like, profile. Really. Let's bring this guy back on. Run around a bit, see what happens. Fuck around, find out. Yo, draw ground tiles. Thick as shit, bro. Yeah, I mean, I could get a little silly with this, dude. I could. I think I will. Let's do it. Tile update as well. Get tiles pause on screen. Yeah, that's fat as well. That shouldn't be that fat. Alright, let's optimize the tiles. That's like literally 1, 2, 3. It's taking up like a solid 3 milliseconds or something. 3 or 4 throughout the whole thing. And a lot of it is just bad caching, I would imagine. So we'll see. I'll have to look into that. Alright, it's time to stand up for this one. Build on-screen tiles and draw ground tiles. Now the thing is, this isn't even draw ground tiles, this is just figure out how to draw ground tiles. It's not even the rendering. The rendering is still incredibly fast. Like, this is misleading. This is just gathering the shit. Like, the rendering is less than a millisecond still. Or like pushing the rendering. So yeah, just a skill issue, dude. Just a skill issue. Right. One final optimization for the day, eh? Let's see. Let's see if we can run this shit. Draw ground tiles. So build on-screen tiles. That would be pretty good as well. Let's see. Build on-screen tiles. Right, this is probably hitting a fat resize. Yeah. Get tiles pause on screen. This gets called twice. Oh yeah, and then for the pointers. Yeah, this is so bad. This doesn't even get used, dude. There's even a hash optimization thing in here. Alright. Let's do it. It's been a long time coming. Valid on-screen tile pointers. Alright, quick little update on the optimization progress. We're down to around like 7 milliseconds, but I am also on a different world now, so. But I'm basically just trying to get the game as is on a fresh world like this, running at max frames. Right now we're sitting at around like 130 or whatever, which is unacceptable. Unacceptable. We need to be hitting that 180? My 180 hertz monitor refresh? I think. I don't know. But basically this is where it's sitting at right now. 7.4. You know, if we inverse that. $135 FPS. Unacceptable. And it's looking like the fat chungus build on-screen tiles like this guy and then the draw ground tiles really fat. So, and this isn't even actually like drawing. This is just gathering the stuff to draw. I did a dual grid tile system, and I even have a little note in here saying like, yo, this is probably slow, bro. So I think I can just, I think there's a little something I can do. I think there's a little something I can do. By the way, we also got a nice little FPS counter in the top left now, which is cool. All right, let's see. I think I can straight up comment this out. If I had to guess. Get tiles pause on screen. Huh? Strange. But we can optimize that. Valid on-screen tile pointers. I'm going to just turn that off for now. Disable that real quick. And that will be a nice boost to performance. That wasn't even doing anything, dude. We're almost up at 180 now. That just gave us like another 20 FPS. Kind of insane. I gotta turn off these this slime spawning. That's kind of like Pathfinding's breaking my lovely FPS count. Let's see. Come here. Dumbass. Alright, so we should have a nice utopia. No mobs being spawned. So, the other thing I want to do, I guess. So we've gone from 7 down to 5, almost. Pretty good. That's wild that this got put in. Interesting. All right. Yeah, so we're down pretty low now, which is good. But still taking a hot minute sometimes, because this draw ground tiles is McFucked. Get tiles paused on screen. I wonder if we can shorten this, because that shouldn't be that big. I'm almost certain it's a resize problem. Because 480 divided by 16, 30 by 20, maybe, but let's see. Panic allocator. See if this guy is getting resized. No, it's fine. Actually, I'm not gonna do that because it might fuck up widescreen. So this is tiles, not chunks. But I think I copied it from chunks. Yeah, that's why it looks so similar. So really I could probably get away with this. Oh, we've got an append if not exist. Oh, that's juicy. That is juicy. That'll be taking up so much, bro. Fuck. Okay. Why is that a append if not exist? Bottom left chunk, bottom right. Yeah, that's wild. Or simply just because of this. Because I was being lazy. Wow. That is wild. World pause to tile. Yeah, we can just delete that. Fuck. That is horrible. I feel like a horrible person. Build on screen tiles. 300 has now gone down to, let's see. It's now gone down to 8. I'm fucking dumb, dude. I am very stupid. Build on-screen entities as well. Interesting. Yeah, but anyway, that's 46. I don't even care about that. All right. Things are looking slimmer and slimmer by the day. I like it. Draw ground tiles. It's time to tackle this behemoth, which is currently sitting at 1.4 milliseconds, aka hold up. Hold up. Is that really 70 frames? Can't be. What am I trying to think about here? No, that's the time. I don't know how I can convert that to frames. I guess it would depend. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, dude. I'm stupid. Draw ground tiles. Let's tackle this. Let's rip this motherfucker to shreds. Alright. Let's see. Okay. So, you know, it's a whole bunch of like draw tile sets, right? So let me try and understand this thing once again. I'm gonna just skip doing this and do the tiles directly. Just only draw something if the self is a neighbor of the kind. Maybe. Yeah, I wonder. So I guess it's just telling us which of these has a thing. But if you just loop through all the tiles and check the neighbors, then that should probably be fine. Let's see. Let me push up everything I've got right now before I completely fuck this. Fixed a deadly bug in entity. Yes, counter. Optimizations. Alright. Let's do it. Let's do this shit. Yeah. Just only draw something if the self has a neighbor of the kind. Yeah, if it does the match. So I think that would probably do the trick. So instead of like adding something here. Let's see. I wonder. Would that still work? Well, that's an L. It half works, but it breaks down at the edges. I wonder, would that work? Nope. Yeah, because you need to draw more than just the neighbor or ourself. So I think that might be out of the question. Perhaps. Is there a different way we can optimize? Maybe I'll just skip doing this and do the tiles directly. So I'm going to draw something if the self has a neighbor of the kind. Yeah, no, this didn't work. This didn't work. So, is there a better way to do this? Because, let's kind of give a bit more data for this. I want to figure out what I can do here. Right, I forgot to name this. But we can do a format.tprintf draw tile set. Of tile kind. Okay, so the grass is obviously the fattest one, but it's actually taken up half just by the fact that we have a bunch to draw, which kind of sucks. Kind of sucks donkey dick a little bit. So we could essentially cut it in half if we can figure out how to not draw or even attempt any of these. Also, I wonder we could figure out how to optimize this entry together. Because if we could just get rid of that somehow, then that would help tremendously. Also, this tends to get pretty optimized on release, I think. So it's probably not that bad. But alright, yeah, let me actually see what this looks like on release. So I might be chasing my own tail. Hit me with that speed, bro. How we doing, chat? It's popping. Default gnome, what up? Hello? Just reading through chat. One big optimization when it comes to tile maps is chunking the hash map to store an array of 8x8 tiles. Maybe. I wonder what I could do to kind of tightly see what's happening here. I wonder. Yeah, it becomes nothing, really. But still, would like to suss. I wonder if there's like a oh. Right, I was kind of like trying to debug this a while ago. I had to guess. It's just a cache thing. It's getting McBusted, bro. Oh, let's turn off the optimizations. Let's see. Gather all entries. Set in map. That's fat. Yeah, it's just a whole lot of setting the map, right? Everything else is kind of a relevant. I did a weird hack here. Right, this is wild. If I can figure this out, then that'll probably be a good performance boost. I don't even know what the fuck I'm trying to do here, dude. I wonder if Cursor has anything to say about it. Just ask the homie. The homie Clyde. Where am I? Draw tile set. This is a dual grid tile system, but it's very scuffed. How would you make better? Let's make sure that I can probably safely discard this. What do you think, my friend, my consultant? Probably pre-screen all the tiles that are in here. I know how I would knock off half. Just look through all the tiles and then make an array of what is actually there. So that would probably cut this in half. That's one thing I could do actually. Maybe. set with the linear storage. That would be kind of hype, actually. I wonder how much of a performance boost this would be. I'm really curious. Also, this is kind of cap. Like the temporary allocator is fine for this. It's essentially the same thing. We also got tile cache with native caching. Spatial grid approach. Draw tile set spatial. Give us a path with cache locality. Alright, well, I think this one is probably the easiest. And that makes sense to me instead of using a map. Just using an array. Also, performance to do. Screen the tiles beforehand to neutral. Relevant ones. Also, actually, yeah, now that I think about it, if you just go through, yeah, this would sort of cut down on the redundant ones, actually. Because then you wouldn't need to construct the grid beforehand, you'd be doing it on the fly. I think that would probably be a fat optimization.
I like money.
Cheer
Mike is
100
scuffed.
Mike is
Sorry
scuffed.
to break your
Sorry
flow.
to break your flow.
Mike cooked. Is it better now? Or is it still fucked?
I like money.
Your mic is broken, fix it please.
Are we back now? Okay, cool. Man, I should break my mic more often. You guys will just donate to tell me it's broken. Thank you guys for Alex. Thanks for calling me in the bro. Appreciate it. I want to hear what it sounds like. Hello? Why is this so cooked? Your tab just crashed. Firefox be like. Alright. Let's hear that. This is kind of cap. Oh, that's beautiful. That's art. Thanks for letting me know, guys. Just 5 minutes as well. Yeah. I do need a second monitor for chat. Test. You don't want to break your floor? It's fine, bro. Thank you. It'd be funny if it just broke again for the next 10 minutes. Alright. Where was I? I blame Windows for that. Philip, hello. Much for a really cheap monitor? I mean, I could get one for relatively cheap. I also don't know if I actually want one though. I don't know. I kind of like being a bad streamer and not looking at chat. I wonder if I could even function if chat was popping up off the side. I don't know, man. Alright. Now, as I was saying before, robot. This does actually seem pretty good. This would solve the problem because it would flip it on its head a little bit and it would just kind of actually, I don't know that this would even do anything. Let me think. This is basically the same. But I guess it would improve cache locality. I think that's the only thing here. But I think this would probably be a good kind of step one to try out. Chat can be really distracting, and this way you can monetize alerts to grab your attention. Exactly. Exactly, bro. I like how I turn into a horse every time I think. Alright. Alright, bro. Yeah, I could maybe see how this would be faster. Maybe. Is that legit a thing that just worked? Hold up. That's kind of cool. I can just revert like that. It's a bit disorienting. But it does work. Okay. Well. Let's see. Take two. Take two. Build unique positions. Okay, so would essentially just be doing this, right? Position set. Right, it's just a bit of a double whammy to make sure that you don't set it twice. Oh, it's a map. Oh, interesting. Wait. Does that not just run into the exact same problem? I mean, not really. I guess you're just using the map to do the thing instead of the set, so that way maybe it's a bit more performant. Interesting. Now, if I was doing like proper fine-tune optimization like this, I would probably want a better metric than just eyeballing it in Spol. So I wonder if there is like a decent way to profile this. Like consistently. Because I would love to just see a single number go up or down. I'm trying to profile what is faster. How would I go about being accurate about this? Right now, I'm just eyeballing frames in Spol, but ideally I'd want some kind of sampling across 200 frames and then averaging it out to get a number I can use to tell. I mean, literally just doing exactly what I said would probably be the play. I've just never done profiling this way. Metric for performance is just, it's time, yeah. I mean, I could probably measure like cycles, but like down and dirty, down here, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure, dude. What the fuck did you just do? Just made a benchmark system. Okay. Yeah, this is, I guess, how you would be the most accurate with it. But yeah, I cannot be fucked doing that. So I'm gonna eyeball the shit out of it, bro. Let's go. Alright, draw ground tiles takes around, yeah, we'll say around 3 milliseconds, bro. Or 2. Depends on the day, you know. Depends on the vibes. It's actually not even taking that long. I think I'm just like kind of done at this point. I don't even know what I'm trying to optimize. It's like hitting the frame budget, so. Gather all entries is 480. Draw tile set grass is like 800, 900. I want to see if this makes like a significant performance difference. I doubt it does, but maybe it does, dude. Who knows? Nah, bro, there's no shot this does anything. I would just be wasting my time. I mean, maybe. It wouldn't be too hard to test. So let me just do it. Let me just do it. No shot that does anything. Right, it shaved off a few hundred nanoseconds. Are those nanoseconds? I don't know. Micro? No, milliseconds. And then what's under that? Micro or nano? Or something else? I don't know. What's that little U? But I mean, it looks like it shaves some off in my very unscientific eyeballing of things. So I'll call that a W. E-day of the week, dude. I would love to make a proper benchmarking thing. Because that is kind of sucky. But yeah, that was simply just changing it from this to dual grid at pause equal pause to this. Which, I guess improve the cache. The cache locality, as they would say. I think it really did anything though. I would need to benchmark properly. It's literally the same. This is like... This is horrible. I shouldn't be doing this. Fuck it, dude. Alright, well, I think an actual optimization would be tiles to draw, tile kind to draw. So, I'm going to go over all of these guys. So now we change this. to be this. That's how you can do empty ones, right? So that should only draw the tiles that it actually knows. Should be a pretty hefty performance boost. Ooh. Ooh. God damn. It's not stable sorting. Because it's in a map. I mean, it would depend. Can I sort this easily? I wonder. I recall in the Pathfinding that a sort happens. It's just a dynamic array though. Sort. How do I sort a map in Odin, dude? Tell you what, let's not do that. Let's do one of these. That should be a bull and then a tile kind. There we go, problem solved. All right. So that should be a nice, pretty performance boost. It would essentially cut out all of these guys. So it might cut this in half. Let's see, draw ground tiles. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely smaller. Alright. I'll take that. That's a W. I'll take it, dude. All right, well, if we go back into the big factory, let's see what happens. All right, moment of truth. Let's see the hard work paying off. Did it pay off? Are we gonna have decent frames in the factory? I don't know. We have all right frames. We're down to like 90, which kind of sucks. But this is also a debug build, so I would imagine that if we were on release right now, it shouldn't be too bad. Let's get that speed in. If this is 180 frames on release, then I'm gonna call this a successful day. Dude, the FPS is lower. What the fuck? I'll fucking kill myself. I'm being defeated by optimizations, man. It's over for me. Save yourself. Alright, what the hell is happening here, man? What's going on? Oh shit. Oh, we're totally GPU bottleneck, dude. It's the rendering, bro. Ah, shit. Ah, shit, man. Turn off the lights. And we're now up to full frames if I turn off the lighting. Okay. Alright, fine. Fine, dude. I'll fix the light rendering. God damn it. God fucking damn it. You guys want to see how excellently optimized my lighting is right now? So to do lights, we do a full loop to every single pixel over every single light, and we have 1024 lights. I think that might be the problem. I don't know. I don't know. How do we fix it? How do we fix it? I wonder. What's the time? Well, it's 4:20 p.m. I think we're gonna fix it by disabling lighting and calling it a day. You know what? We'll just turn it off during the daytime. So now you'll only get performance tanking at nighttime. Problem solved. If is night, return. Or if isn't night, then we return. Hey. Tee. GG boys, we've fixed the problem. Just don't let it become nighttime, all right? And now when we do a nice lovely nighttime transition, our FPS goes down to 60. I'll fix it later, all right guys? I'm gonna call it that for the day. In parentheses, fixed issue with performance. Well, this has been a successful day. W's were had, couple L's were taken here and there. But all round, I would say we're in the net positive. Humans can't perceive higher frame rates than 30 anyway. Yes, problem solve. Alright guys, 504 gateway timeout. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you in the next one. Adios amigos. We'll fix lighting one day. Maybe. We'll see.